Texarkana or maybe the Tyler area tonight. Today's trash, there's no reason to be out. There's no reason to chase anything today. Storms are just trash. There's really no reason to storm chase anything today, period. So it would have been almost impossible to be out there today and then be out there tomorrow as well due to distance, physical limitations of distance. So we're gonna reposition. I just wanted to go live for a couple of hours here before it got dark. Update everybody with what's going on. Yeah, it's really windy everywhere. Like literally everywhere. The entire center of the country is just getting blasted right now by wind. Got about 78 degrees here in the St. Louis area. So it's warm out, but the wind is blowing everybody all over the road. I'm surprised we haven't seen like semi-accidents from it. We do have a risk for severe weather tomorrow. primarily from San Antonio to Dallas. But I'm going to try to stay between Dallas and Austin. I don't want to get too far south because we've got another risk for severe weather on Tuesday. But that's in western Mississippi. So we don't want to get buried too far south in Texas and then have problems getting to Mississippi in time. But thanks everybody who's joined in. So we did start the video. If you are just joining, go ahead and hit the like button. Unless you don't like it. If you don't like it, then if you don't like the video, then don't hit the like button. That is a free way to support the channel. Because that whole $3 I make off of those calendars, you know I should be rich by now. But a quick mention of that too. We do have our calendar for next year up in the store. A lot of people were asking about a calendar, so you can buy it in the store. SeeTheStorm.com. That's the only website you need to go to. SeeTheStorm.com. That's the only one you need to look at. Don't need to do Twitter or Facebook or any of this. Just go to the website. It's got all the links right there, including the store. Go ahead and go there, click on store, and then you'll be able to find the calendar and other merchandise. We're putting new stuff on there too, from time to time as well. I sold a lot of those calendars so far. It's actually a very nice day out. I mean, yeah, it's windy as all hell, but I mean, if the wind wasn't there, it'd be almost a perfect day. Just to everybody be aware though, if you are buying those calendars, the only fulfiller that we can get to do them in the United States is kind of slow. So if anybody wants them by a certain date, such as Christmas or something, you're going to want to order them probably 2 weeks at a time. We've had a couple that printed almost immediately, and some of them are taking 3-4 days for the order to process, and they get printed and shipped. So it could be up to 5 days of actual processing time before that thing gets in the mail. So just be kind of aware of that though too. Had several of them be purchased. I think only 2 have actually hit the mail yet. Even ones that were purchased on the first day. They're just, apparently they, I don't know, they're just a slow item to process. There's a couple other fulfillers that would print them in Canada. And they were even slower. They had like a 3-week lead time. So something about calendars, I don't know if it's the actual, because they have to be, you know, bound or what, but the binding of them or whatever, kind of like a book, apparently takes a while, I guess. I have no idea. I just don't want anybody to order one thinking that it's going to get put in the mail in 5 minutes. Might be 3-4 days. We did have somebody get pretty feisty with me on YouTube in the comments because I was selling the calendars for $19.99. Well, it cost me $15.78 to make the calendar, and then I pay tax. You don't pay tax. Well, in the back, there's some states and some instances where the store will charge you tax. It's an IRS thing, but most customers don't pay tax. I eat the cost of the tax, so at the end of the year, I just take the tax out. It's basically sales tax is included in most of the stuff. And somebody thought that it was pretty ridiculous that I was charging $19.99, but I think they forgot that we drive 100,000 miles a year. I can barely afford to eat, and you know, I need to put food on my table too. So that whole $3 that we're making isn't really that big of a deal. I made a YouTube short about it. If you go on my channel, you'll go look for my latest YouTube short that I posted yesterday. It's pretty good. We're going to be doing lots and lots of content via YouTube Shorts now, where I react to comments that I think are ridiculous. So just keep an eye out for that. ship to Ireland? Yeah, so apparently there's an issue with shipping overseas with some of these products. I am working on it. You can attempt to purchase. If it does not let you purchase, then try back in a couple of days. We have a moderator that's in the UK, and she was trying to order something off the store, and it would not ship to her, even though I've got everything enabled. I do believe it's a technical thing. I know what to change, I know what to do, I have to get 5 minutes to sit down and do it. So if you are not in the United States and you try to order something and it doesn't let you, and you really still want to order it, just check back in like 3-4 days, and it'll probably work. Really need to have a successful 2 days of storm chasing. It has been a super slow month. Views are down, subscribers are down. I think we're at a net loss of subscribers. So every channel loses subscribers usually once a week. You usually lose between 50 and 300-400. You'll get a lot of bots, like the spam bots that subscribe. YouTube and Google purge those out of there. They detect them and then they purge them every now and then. I think we're actually at a net loss of subscribers this month because of the spam bots, but still barely holding over 50K, so we got to have a good, successful couple of days here, hopefully. But thanks everybody for joining. Going to be live tomorrow and the next day, hopefully, unless things change. You never know. The car's a little bit up in the area. Put thousands of dollars of repairs into this car over the past week, and there's still more to be done. However, I put a hold on any further repairs because we got to get out, we got to be on a chase, because if we go all month without a storm chase, and this could be it, we're going to be in some real trouble here with YouTube revenue. So basically we fixed everything that was an immediate problem, and anything that can wait, like suspension noises and stuff like that, that's just going to wait till I get back. So fingers crossed that we're good. Janet's got the comment in there about a lot of these times, like quality calendars are over 20 bucks. Well, that's the thing, like, I thought 20 bucks was a fair price for it, because a lot of times these photographers will sell a calendar for like 30-40 bucks. But, I recognize that the customer still has to pay 5, 6, 7 bucks for shipping probably, so, by the time all is said and done, you're still spending between 25 and 30 bucks. So I just don't want to sell it for much more. And it's really not about making money off of those, it's more about exposure and getting the content out there and getting people to go to the website. So, yeah, I really upset a lot of people about that. There was I removed a bunch of comments because they were just too negative. I couldn't stand them. But one person commented saying I was price gauging. It was spelled gauging, not gouging. But anyway, and then a bunch of people dogpiled on me saying that it's ridiculous and go get a real job and earn a living. And it's like, are you people that stupid? And not like you guys, the viewers, but people that make those comments. Like, are these people that stupid? Like, this is my job. Like, hello. Like, you think I drive around out here for free? Like, good God. Just ignorant. And then there's this one troll account that I keep banning, and it's another storm chaser, and he's a total jerk. And he's not a very liked person in the storm chasing community, and he harasses pretty much every well-known storm chaser, but he hides behind these fake names. And I expose that guy here once and for all one of these days. We're going to get Pleasant Green involved and do a YouTube collaboration with him. That's that guy that catches all the Nigerian spammers or scammers, and get him involved and catch this jerk. Somebody get a hold of that Pleasant Green guy. We'll do a collaboration. If you don't know who Pleasant Green is, then you're not spending enough time on YouTube. Holy cow, this Pontiac is going to fly by at like Mach 5. What the hell? I'm just hoping to make it to somewhere down by Texarkana. I just got to get through Little Rock. Leave us a 6-7 hour drive tomorrow morning. Won't be too bad. You know, in hindsight, so last week when we were chasing down at Fort Stockton, I really thought about staying down there to, you know, eliminate that fuel money spent going home and coming back down. And I should have done that because we're just going to end up right back in Texas. So, oh well. And any storm chasers, we now have a Fort Stockton t-shirt on our store. This Fort Stockton is so cool. Yeah, the amount of people that suggested we do Bigfoot chasing or ghost hunting is incredible. There was, seriously, there's probably been up like 50 people that I mentioned either in comments or on the YouTube streams about we need to go ghost hunting or looking for Bigfoot live. Apparently that's a thing. Did purchase a new set of headlight bulbs today. It's ridiculous. $54.99 for 2 headlights for this. They had some cheaper ones, but they were really, really junk. They were like the Walmart brand. The expensive Sylvania ones were the only one they had, and I went to 2 Walmarts and I can only find the expensive ones. We have, it seems like a lot of money for 2 headlight bulbs, but we have 2 functioning headlights now. We've been without a passenger side headlight since, well, guys, for almost 4 weeks now because I've just been too lazy to change it. I've got the LED fog lights, and then of course when I hit the high beams I have more lights to come on, but the LED fog lights are brighter than the low beams anyway, so you don't really notice it, but I figured we'd actually put a bulb in there. Snowstorms, yeah, I know it. It's not going to be long, and we'll be in the middle of snowstorms. Yeah, that Max Velocity kid's doing a good job. I think he's going to school, though. Hopefully he continues what he's doing when he's done. Yeah, there's still a threat for severe weather, a slight risk from, well, kind of like Salina, all the way up through parts of South Dakota, just that general area. See the SPC in your local media for the official outlook, but it's just not anything that's really worth storm chasing right now. I mean, you know, if you're already up there, or if I was already up there, that'd be one thing. But for me to go up there, we'd be arriving just about now, and then we would have a 13-hour drive to Austin, Texas. So even if we got done storm chasing at, let's say, 11 p.m., and slept for 5 hours, 4 a.m., then put us in the target area tomorrow, 4 p.m., it would be... we could do it, but it's just not worth it. If today looked like it was a bigger storm chase day, then it would be one thing, but these next 2 days look like bigger events, so it just doesn't seem worth it. This time of the year, you end up with a lot of those situations like that where we get these ejecting troughs. They're a little bit slow. They're persistent, so they pose a threat for a couple of days. They trigger severe weather for more than just a day or 2. We'll get 3-4 days of severe weather, so you kind of got to pick and choose the bigger risks. Just like in the spring. Katie, I don't even know where Red Wing is. You know, I have no idea. You really need, I don't think there's really any big tornado threat today though, no. But I would check, make sure you monitor your local weather sources though. Yeah, there's a ladybug somewhere. He's flying around in here, so not surprised. Got somebody in there from France, and they're mentioning the tornado. Yeah, so I saw a picture of that. It was a fairly significant tornado in France earlier. I don't really have too high of hopes for tomorrow, though. Mississippi, I do. Mississippi's just, they seem to have good luck there. I don't know. I like storm chasing in Mississippi, though. Everybody's always so storm chaser friendly, I guess. I don't know. I like Texas, so I'm happy to be back in Texas. We're going to be in Central and East Texas, though. We could end up down there near San Antonio, but I really don't want to unless we have to, because San Antonio all the way to western Mississippi, it's not that, it's probably like a 9-hour drive, but God, guys, that could be awful. I mean, that could easily turn into an all-night, no-sleep kind of deal. Those really suck. Not a big fan of that. I've had to make a drive similar to that several times down there. In the spring, back in March and early April, we were driving back and forth, it seemed like, from Dallas to Mississippi all the time. Western Mississippi's pretty flat, though. Well, you get close enough to the Mississippi River, it's not bad. Eastern Arkansas is pretty good too. It's relatively flat. It's almost like being out in Kansas. But yeah, speaking of winds, guys, we're still getting blown all over the road. It's extremely windy out here. Fire conditions are likely here. Parts of Nebraska and Kansas, there's a couple of fires burning already, I guess. You get 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in extremely dry conditions, and that can be a problem. Just north of St. Louis here. Really not in a hurry. I'll probably go until about midnight. Hopefully that'll get us close to Texarkana. And then we'll just have to figure out how to position for tomorrow. In the morning, of course. See the colors in the fall leaves with the sun glaring like it is, but it's there. It's not very vibrant though, probably because it's dry. we've got this fall season pattern going on. It's possible we could see some more severe weather later in the week, but I'm not super big on that. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But, you know, we're getting into November, and we could easily start to see a bit of a transition here into the Gulf Coast states for severe weather. December, we usually get that as well. And of course, January, sometimes February, January and February are usually, we'll get back up. January, we'll usually get some severe weather events and then a bunch of snowstorms. February, it's pretty much all snowstorms. And then March, we start getting back into severe weather. So we're really not that far from tornado season again here. Thanks everybody for the past couple of days. Been trying to do some live streams from the office. I was going to go live yesterday. Actually, I had everything all planned out. We were going to look at some tornado video that I got back in May and kind of talk about a little bit. But power decided to go out for the whole town, for the small town that my office is in, and yep, that really screwed that plan up. Actually, I had to take my computer home and try to get stuff done from home because I waited like 3 hours for it to come on. It came back on and then it went back out again. It was just not a good deal. I had it. So it was terrible timing. I was right in the middle of stuff too, and it decided to go out. So pretty typical. But I'm not quite sure what the tornado forecast here is for the next 2 days. It doesn't really look like a big tornado event to me. A bunch of weenies all over the internet screaming tornado. I don't think so. I think more of a damaging wind risk, maybe some large hail. We could still see a tornado or two, but we're not looking at Dixie Alley tornado outbreak by any means. We're kind of taking the long way down instead of going through. Basically, for me, the quickest way to Texarkana is to go south through Illinois and then Springfield and then get into St. Louis and keep going south. Well, I was headed toward Des Moines this morning just in case today looked like something we needed to chase. It didn't uptrend. There was no reason to be out there really, so diverted from Cedar Rapids and started going south, so we had to take some back roads to get down here. Not really back roads, but primarily state highways, which, whatever. Takes a little longer, but it's alright. We're not in a huge hurry. I don't know where Greene County and Craighead County is, Matthew. I'm all over the U.S. I always feel bad because people ask me things that are local. I've got no idea. You know, I'm in a car driving through Missouri. It beats me, but you know, you definitely check your local weather sources. Arkansas could potentially see a stray severe storm or two either tomorrow or the next day, possibly. I don't know where at in Arkansas you are or where that is in relation to you, but some of Arkansas does have a moderate or a marginal risk tomorrow and then the next day, so just something to want to keep an eye on if you're anywhere in that area, probably. About 61 right now. $520 miles. So it's another tank and now almost 2 tanks, I guess. Getting absolutely awful fuel mileage today. I was driving into the wind earlier. Now I think we're kind of getting hit crosswise by the wind. But yeah, we've been just getting absolutely horrible fuel mileage because of that. We're at 5 o'clock Central here, and it's almost, not quite, but almost ready to get dark out. It's that time of the year, I guess. That's why it's possible here over the next couple of days that our storm chasing could be almost exclusively in the dark. Usually from mid-October through mid-March, almost all, not all, but almost all, storm chasing ends up being in the dark, just because it gets dark so early. But we do have an edge. Last season when we were streaming, the camera worked okay in low light, but it would not auto-reduce frame rate. This one will let us auto-reduce frame rate down to 15 frames a second, so we should have even better low-light performance. So that will help us, of course. A lot of vehicles on the side of the road. I have no idea why. All over the place. couple of fires out there in eastern Nebraska even, I'm seeing reports of. I'm not surprised. That's kind of one of the deciding factors. I was almost considering going out there today, or chasing today, just for the sheer fact of the wildfire potential. I guess not really wildfire, grass fire would be a better term. But it's not quite ideal timing with these next 2 days here. You know, in hindsight, we probably should have just went down I-35. That was kind of the initial plan, was to go down I-35 and then through Oklahoma City. But whatever. I don't mind this drive. In fact, I like this drive once you get into Arkansas. However, this drive through Missouri, I make it so often it gets boring. I do see one severe thunderstorm warning north of Grand Island, Nebraska. We'd probably be on that one if we were out there. I'm going to stream today, but keep it on for a little while here. Wind's just pushing this car around.
Respond number 3, Academy Place, 3 Academy Place, across the Twin Island Lake Road in Garden Prairie. An alarm sounding at the St. Charles Community College building indicating southwest north. Tony wants to clear everything around 44 pound contract, 935. 624 reserves.
Let's see here, a week ago, can't remember, were we at Fort Stockton a week ago? I think we were in Fort Stockton a week ago. So I think it was Monday I started coming home. Yeah, so 1 week ago today we were in Fort Stockton. Right about now we were on that really photogenic storm. If I remember right, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was last Sunday. Can't keep track of days. Traffic is moving, holy smokes.
He shook his whole house. He was inside. He went out, moved around, didn't see anything. We also received a call on Country Lane at the same time. Reported a loud explosion heard from the area. They thought of Reese Snyder's, but they weren't sure.
Basically, we're going to transition here to 64, I-64 now.
Country Lane. Orange.
Oh shoot, I don't want to be in this lane. Dang it. I do this every time I come through here.
132, 9154, the case of difficulty breathing, Delmar Garden Villas, 7092, South Highway 264, respond on FEI. 132, 9154, the case with difficulty breathing, Delmar Garden Villas, 7092, South Highway 364, respond on FEI, 7009.
Texting Lakeview to Digby.
Alright, so I got to deal with the traffic around St. Louis. I'm sure this will be fun. Once we get through St. Louis, it's pretty much a smooth ride. Go down 60, whatever. Once we get into Arkansas, the time really starts flying. Northeast Arkansas is one of my favorite places to drive through.
I would say the problem with the grade, 70 down in Route 18, if they were right now. Law enforcement advising their trucks someone advising coming from the southwest direction of Worthington.
I heard Tanner. I'm going to stop it and talk to the other dog owner real quick.
Still about 79 degrees, so it's pretty much 80 degrees out here. It feels cooler with the wind, but when I walked outside this morning, even up there in southern Wisconsin, it was already like 68 degrees at like 9 o'clock.
EMS going to the Metro Maplewood Station, 7903 Manchester, 790 Manchester. They have transit units out with an overdose in Arkansas District.
Kind of made me want to stay home and enjoy the day instead of drive. A lot of people in the chat today. Awesome, it's good to see. trying to remember the last time we actually drove through here, and I think it might have been back in really early September. Maybe. I have to go back and look.
So the Worthington area when you get those first back anyway. Contact her, kind of get a chase status on us.
Probably gonna end up with, hopefully, well, I shouldn't say hopefully, but got this idiot. Why would you do that? Probably gonna end up with a snowstorm to chase. It's somewhere in November. Those are always like watching paint dry. Just go park in the middle of an intersection somewhere and watch people get stuck. Most exciting thing in the world.
Your subject is showing invalid expired, 3 possible warrants with 3 separate agencies. Standby low.
Okay. Did you lost under around this location?
Give it down, so you can see.
See how quickly it cools down here with the sun going on. Temperature might bottom out pretty quick.
6, that's Sam, 766-150.
Department 1101, no person. From FBI. 9134, 9142. This is so long. No Pond Park. 1101, no Pond Circle. This one on FBI. 77.
Good.
Constable 99 through Wentzville PD. There will be traffic offenses. One is going to be $85 cash only, the other $100 cash only. 75-mile radius. Second will be through Warren County for failure to appear. We will extradite statewide on $219.50. The third is going through Jefferson County for traffic offense. We will extradite within a 150-mile radius on $285.
That's good. Good jump.
Anyway, folks, I think we're done with hurricane season. Personally, a lot of people have been asking if I think we're going to get another hurricane. I don't. Got a pretty slow tropical season. It's possible we could still get another tropical storm or a weak hurricane or something. I am not thinking that's too likely, though. At least not here. I mean, it's possible we can get one out in the Atlantic or something again. Or another one in the East Pacific, but I don't think we're going to get another U.S. impacting one here. But that could change.
Second caller, state there is both visible from 1301 Milton, 1301 Milton. Clear.
Try to find somewhere to stop for a minute once we get through St. Louis. Seven and a half hours in Texarkana. Up here on the bridge. Right now, looks like one severe thunderstorm warning in north central Kansas. It's northwest of Salina. And then there's one more severe thunderstorm warning still north of Grand Island. But that's about it so far. So, looks like we're really not missing much. The one in Salina looks like, your Grand Island looks like it could be possibly a photogenic storm, but September and October are kind of weird months because, see, and I noticed this last year, you know, you get into November and you start getting occasional snowstorms, or you can find snowfall events. Sometimes you just got to go up into the Dakotas or up northeast or whatever. But, you know, you can find snow events to cover. December you definitely can, but October and September, if you get a slow October and September for severe weather, we don't end up doing much. Last year was kind of slow too. We did have 2 moderate risk days back in October of last year, though, in Oklahoma. Neither of them really performed too significantly, though. Looks like it's taken forever to get down here, though. Top Golf there on the left. I think we might have been through here more recently. I don't know. I can't quite remember. Least favorite part of the drive right here, that's for sure. Wish I would have got going a little bit earlier, but it's alright. I think we're going to be dealing with a little bit of a later event tomorrow, so probably won't have to rush out the door too bad anyway in the morning. Miles here. Another car on the side of the road. Exit.
1509 Landvale Drive, 2017 and 2022. Respond. A medical alarm 1506 Landvale Drive, 2017, 2022. Respond. You sent to retail 17.
officially in St. Louis now. I guess we're in the city limit. Big deal, I guess. Exit 25. Alright. A couple miles as we get out of town here, we'll stop somewhere briefly. I do prefer getting around St. Louis coming from the Illinois side though. Usually have better luck with traffic. Thank you everybody for joining the stream. It does help support what I'm doing out here. Obviously it's been a slow month and blew about, I don't know, about $10,000 on this car so far, so that's always cool. Another car with a flat tire. Well actually that car has no tire. It's not good. So it's been a rough month, so I appreciate everybody watching, and obviously that in turn is supportive, so thank you. Hopefully we have a good couple of days here. Yeah, the roads are much worse on the Illinois side, I agree. Illinois has terrible roads. Absolutely, like northern Illinois, it's a joke. The road infrastructure is an absolute joke in northern Illinois. Come on, buddy, merge. Okay, don't merge then. Hell with it. You know, some of these people, like, if you slam on the brakes and to let them in, then they don't cut in. But if you don't slam on the brakes, then they don't clip your front bumper off. Jesus. Seriously, like northern Illinois, the roads are terrible. They should take a lot of the paved roads in northern Illinois out and just put gravel roads in, because it'd be a lot smoother than the garbage that they have up there. There's a couple in the county south of mine that you can't even drive, like you really cannot drive on them. I mean, you will damage your vehicle horribly. I mean, they're really not even safe to drive on. I mean, I wouldn't take a car down them. It's just terrible. Road infrastructure is awful. There's some other states. You know, people, I never used to see it. You know, a lot of people said that Oklahoma has bad roads. Well, after the other night, I do agree they do have some bad roads, but I think overall roads just kind of suck everywhere. Seems like, I don't know, these heavily populated areas, obviously, especially up here with the colder climate, you know, the frost, the winter, the snow plows, and the heavy traffic causes problems with the roads, but still. Trying to think of other areas where the roads were just terrible. I can't really think of any that stand out. You know, the comment about the Oklahoma roads, it really is spotty in Oklahoma. It seems like there's sections or, you know, localized areas that are just terrible, but interstates seem alright.
Have interrupt American Insurance Service.
We've been all over though in the past less than 4 weeks. Miami, Fort Stockton, Wisconsin. I've changed the oil in this car like 4 times in the past 5 weeks. And that's how much we've been driving around. Almost due for another set of tires. I think I put, let's see, I put tires on this the first week of May, and then again, I think it was the last week in June. No, it was the first week in July. It's the first week of May, and then I had to put tires on it again the first week in July, and I think we're gonna probably have to put tires on it here again. I would say probably the last week in November. There's about 50% tread left on these, but I don't like to let them go below 6/30 seconds. At that point, they're kind of just worthless in the rain. I can run these down a little bit farther. These Michelin Cross Climates, they've got, it's a pretty unique tread pattern, and the sipes actually go all the way down to the bottom of the tread instead of just the top layer, so they're more functional when they get worn down, but it's gonna be it's time for tires again here pretty soon. This is the only tire I'll ever put on this car. You know, I try to get a sponsorship from like a tire company or something, but they all blow me off, and it's like, believe me, you won't find anybody that's driving more. I mean, you're not even doing 18-wheeler tires as often. These tires are like $260 a piece, but I will never put a different tire on this thing. I mean, you can go we were driving 70 miles an hour through that hurricane with no problem. They just don't, they're super hydroplane resistant. They do really well in the mud too. Absolutely perfect tire for this thing. Especially when it's so expensive. But you do get what you pay for. You know, I see people all the time go buy those super cheap Walmart tires, and I get it. Like if that's all you can afford and that's all you have money for, like a cheap crappy Walmart tire is better than no tire. Like I totally get it. I'm not trying to pick a fight here, but I'll see a lot of people with, like, you know, they're driving around like a Cadillac Escalade and they'll go put these crappy Chinese tires on there that last like 20,000 miles and hydroplane all over the place. Sometimes you'd almost be better off buying a used tire that's a little bit more of a name brand. One thing I will not, just pulling out in front of me. One thing I won't cheap out on is tires, that's for sure. Firestone Weather Ready. They're either Weather Ready or Weather Grip or Weather Tough, whatever. They were okay, but guys, they just wore down. When they got to about 60%, you know, they were at about 730 seconds, and they were just hydroplaning all over. It was like ice skates in the rain. It's not a good long-term tire. I mean, maybe not in the rain, but heck with those. Yeah, there's some good. There are some good like Chinese tire brands. Like I think Ditto. I think they're one of those Chinese brands. But you know, like if you go to Discount Tire, usually all the ones at Discount Tire are pretty decent. I had a Chinese brand on the old storm chasing vehicle because we weren't using it as a storm chasing vehicle at the time, and we were actually going to sell it. So, but the tires were bald. So I went and basically put the cheapest tire the Discount Tire had. And it was like Sumitomo or something, which is some Chinese off-brand. But honestly, guys, I got like 43,000 miles out of them, and they still had decent tread. So some of the Chinese brands are good, but some of them are not. That's why I just like going to Discount Tire. Some Walmart has some tires specifically made for them, and a lot of them are junk. I cringe every time somebody puts a crappy tire on a vehicle. Like, it's one thing if, you know, you're broke and you really don't leave town very often, like I get it, but you'll see people that drive for a living, whether it's Uber people or hell, even storm chasers, you know, they go and get just a real crappy tire, and it's like, that's dangerous. And a lot of the times, you know, people don't know any better. You know, you go to Walmart and like, oh, give me a good tire. Half the time, those people putting the tires on don't even know a tire from an oil change. So people that aren't educated in tire buying or automotive, I mean, they don't know the difference. Yeah, those Continental winter tires that Shane's talking about, I do know of those. I don't. A lot of people are always telling me get a winter tire for the winter. Well, I can't run a winter tire because it would wear down so fast, guys. I mean, the winter tire will wear out really quickly, but also really quickly in a warm, you know, when it's like about 40, 50 degrees. And you got to remember my my driving conditions here. You know, even in January, we'll go from a blizzard to being down in the Gulf Coast states with severe weather, and it'll be 80 degrees. So I don't do that. And winter tires hydroplane pretty easy, I found. But these Michelin cross climates work. They're awesome. Like, they're almost as good as a winter tire in the snow. That's partially why I put them back on this vehicle. But I do agree, like, people that are in a snow climate, it's totally worth getting a set of winter tires, just switching them out. I mean, you could get a rear-wheel drive truck that's not even four-wheel drive, put a set of winter tires on it, it'll probably do just as good as a four-wheel drive unless you start bottoming it out with snow. I mean, winter tires, just the amount of difference it makes is amazing. If you've never driven with a winter tire on and you live in a harsh climate, especially if you've got a two-wheel drive vehicle, it's definitely worth the money. I mean, just the difference is night and day. Yeah, the only thing about these cross climates is you've got to make sure you're really well aligned, because they've got instead of a square contact patch, you know, like where they contact the road, it's a circle or an oval, and you will wear the side or the shoulders of this tire out in about 2,000 miles if you're out of alignment. So I rotate these things like every 4,000 miles just in case, but a lot of people that have had them, a lot of people that review them are just talking about, you know, make sure you are not out of alignment, because these things will wear down super quick. But yeah, these things are great. I love these tires. Really good in the rain. The original cross climates were a little bit cruddy. I mean, they were good, but they didn't last very long. The cross climate 2, which is what I'm running, they last. It's like I think it's a 55 or a 60,000 mile tire, which means we can get about 40,000 out of it. The normal person probably could get the 50 to 60,000 out of it, but I just don't want them to wear down. I argued with a guy at Discount Tire last time I went to get tires on it. He's like, well, you know, you don't really need tires. I said, I know, but I want tires. Well, we don't even recommend changing them until they're down to 4/32. And I'm like, I understand, but like I had to argue with him for like 5 minutes about like just to get him to try to take my money. And I appreciate that he was looking out for my financial interests, but like I will seriously go to get tires and like have to argue to get them to change them. It's like every time too. Like, well, they're not that worn down. It's like, well, believe me, in 3 inches of water they are. So, but that's one of the things I do like about that company, and they are not a sponsor. I wish they were. But is they're pretty honest about their tire selling. The Kelly Edge, yeah, the ATs, those are pretty good. I had those on a truck and had pretty good luck with them. Before I was doing this all the time, I would just buy used tires. There's a website, I think it's like bestusedtires.com or something. Also not a sponsor. But you can go on there and you can get like new tires that were takeoffs. You know, somebody buys a truck at the dealership and they want different tires and rims on it. You know, this website will sell them as a takeoff, and they're usually like 25% off or whatever. That's how I would get all my tires. Hell, I'd even buy tires that were 75% tread if they were good, because you can get them dirt cheap. There's a bunch of stuff in the middle of the road there. It looks like a flat tire waiting to happen. That one storm out there near Norfolk, Nebraska is tornado warned. Public reporting a tornado. So I don't know if that means it's just a brief tornado or like a legit tornado. Sometimes the public reported tornadoes are not 100% accurate. That's kind of the area though that I expected. If there was going to be a tornado today, we would probably have it. I didn't think it was going to be that terrible far north. GPS wants to take us. I thought it was going to take us down through like Cape Girardeau, but no, it's definitely taking us down to like Corning, Jonesboro. Then we'll cut down, well, not to Jonesboro, but oh, what the hell's the name of that town? Walnut Ridge, Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge area, and then we'll start pointing toward Little Rock, I guess. Gas was cheap up there just north of St. Louis. I saw it for $3.09. It's $3.39 here. Holy cow. It's quite the difference in just a little ways. We're still about 78 degrees, so the temperature's not dropping off quickly. Is still pretty intense out here. Pretty much the entire central part of the country is just getting blown away here. Nice night for a drive, though. remember this gas station on the left here. Back in, oh boy, November of 2020. I'm trying to think. Yeah, November of 2020. This wasn't, it wasn't the, like the COVID thing or anything. It was, no, it was November of 2019. Right? Yeah, November of 2019. That Quick Trip gas station there on the back there on the left had gas for like 98 cents. I don't remember why, but it was weird because that one and then the one across from it was 98 cents. But it was regular price everywhere else. So I don't know if like they were trying to drain the gas tank or what, but we were coming back from a storm chase I had Nikki with, and we just stopped there for gas. And I was so ticked off because I only needed like a quarter of a tank of gas because I just gotten gas down the road, but I stopped anyway and got a couple of gallons. It's the cheapest I ever got gas for. But I remember that. No idea why it was so cheap either, but I was not going to question it. Of course, they had a line all the way up to the road. Kind of sort of take some back highways here. So you're going down to Cape Girard, or we're going to go down through like Fredericktown. So the GPS wants to do. It says it's 20 minutes faster, so that's fine. I'm all for it. Thanks for your super chat, Karen. Appreciate it. And thanks for being in the chat. You're on almost every live stream, it seems like. A really nice sunset out here now, it looks like. Yeah, it's about to start getting dark here pretty quick, I think. Makes these drives seem a lot longer when it gets dark by 7 o'clock. But I think tomorrow's going to end up being a little bit later in the day thing too, so probably won't have a stream going until, I don't know, 4 or 5 p.m. if not later.
Avenue near Expressway South Mill Street, responding adjusted to 6017. Abdominal pain no response code, code 66630. Total access urgent care 408 Brothers Avenue near Expressway South Mill Street. Responding adjusted to patients located in room 10, 1806 WPO.
I don't even know where this thing wants me to go. 30 miles, then we keep it south on 67. Alright, that's easy enough. really pushing the vehicle around. So they put a severe thunderstorm watch out there in Nebraska. Another severe thunderstorm warning there up near Sioux Falls. They dropped that tornado warning. I kind of had a feeling that was going to happen. Chris is in here. Oh, we got Chris Florida in here. Chris almost floated away in the hurricane. Luckily, he didn't, but he's lucky he did not. Okay, it looks like that severe thunderstorm watch is for parts of Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, and South Dakota. Tired of driving already. It's kind of to be expected at this point. Now, Chris, we're going to Texas for tomorrow and then the next day. Still 75 degrees out though.
17 status check.
Just having to run the air conditioner again.
77, you are available.
Available 1813. 2017 is available. Station going by private conveyance, 18 foot.
Yeah, I don't know how Texas looks tomorrow, Chris. It could be terrible. Could be a bust. I don't know. I haven't really looked at the models. I kind of made my mind up regardless. I figure no matter what, we're going, so I don't know. It didn't look spectacular last night. The last time I even looked was last night. I haven't even really looked today.
Trailer sponsor, stick case, card 595154, map 34, 9460, Ponderosa Lane, near Crusher, Front Street, respond on Jefferson 2. 6027 trailer sponsor, stick case, card 595154, map 34, 9460, Ponderosa Lane, near Crusher, Front Street, respond on Jefferson 2, 1850, Wing,
Still just heading down 67, everybody. I don't remember quite where we were when I started the stream. Let's see how long it's streaming. Going for about 2 hours, so I think I was just getting into Missouri when I started the stream.
phone number, something fell off the truck. Once contact is made, if you ever see having requested, please give them a call with the information.
Yeah, we did have a nice sunset. It still is, but oh, there it is. But it actually looks it looks a little bit better on camera than it does in person, believe it or not. Camera adds just a little bit of saturation, I think. This is pretty impressive here to have two working headlights again. You can actually notice a difference already even. I don't even know how much much longer I got. Well, we're going through a bad spot. I figure. Coming out of it now. Hours, that's not too bad. Thanks for the super chat, Sarah. I see you in here pretty much every stream as well, it seems like. There's that severe thunderstorm watch out there for Sioux City, out there just north of Sioux Falls and surrounding areas. Severe thunderstorm warning there just northeast of Norfolk. Had a public confirmed tornado on it earlier. I just saw a picture of it. It's super high based. I don't think it had a tornado. I think that might have been a mistake by the public, but whatever. It's another storm just northwest of Sioux Falls, and then one a little bit farther northwest of Sioux Falls, west of Brookings off of 14. That's a severe warning right now. That's about all that's going on up there.
No injuries. The steel train that was struck near 3229 Highway 221, closest cross street is Cobra Road. The vehicle left the scene as are other possible form classes from Iron Mountain.
about to come through Park Hills, it looks like. But if you are just joining, we are just driving down to Texas for a severe weather event, possibly tomorrow from San Antonio to Dallas, and then maybe again on Monday, or I'm sorry, maybe again on Tuesday in western Mississippi.
Clear, thanks. I'll find BMS. They should be there shortly. 1825. 1045, just up to the left from
miles from Farmington. The tornado in Farmington was back. God, when did we have that tornado in Farmington? Was that last December? It could have been last October. I don't know. Tornado went through Farmington, Missouri. 99% it was last year. I don't think it was this spring, but. Past the damage path down here. Might not even recognize the damage path. I'll try to keep an eye out for it.
That's good. I was just finding you what you stated.
the wind dies down a little bit. Really, I kind of sick of driving in this, to be honest with you.
So you're responding 1829, 220 Vance Road off of 221. Over reporting less than an acre at this time. Approximately an acre away from the residence. 5 mile has been dispatched, but I don't believe they're going to have anybody available. 1830.
Alright, I keep right up here, and that should stay. I can't remember if we might have actually went through. I can't quite remember exactly where that tornado crossed 67. I think I would recognize the area. It might have been. We might have went past it. So I know there was a power, like an electric substation or something on the right side of the road. In fact, it could have been right here. No. Whatever, I don't remember. Yeah, actually, it might have been. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, it was. I think. Yeah, it was right there. So on the left side of the road, there's no more subdivision. There was a subdivision with many houses, and now there's just foundations. The slabs of the foundations are still there, but all the debris is now gone, obviously. But yeah, not a good deal. It's a really strong tornado right through there too.
Checking the area.
We're going to write a couple more things. We have to do code check like make sure nobody has any damage.
Remember chasing that day? God, I really think it was in October. It could have been later. It was significantly cold the next day. I remember it being like 38 degrees or something. But I remember we were chasing in like western Missouri because we thought, and even that's where the SPC thought as well. We thought the strongest storms were going to be in central and western Missouri, and then the sun went down, and all of a sudden that happened. That was when that tornado hit St. Mary also. That was a strange day. I think it was a moderate risk too. I think, I'm not 100% sure though. Kind of a weird period for weather from like October of last year all the way through March of this year. A lot of activity, a lot of severe weather, sometimes in places we wouldn't expect it either. traffic out here for a Sunday evening. Still can't believe we hit almost 80 degrees though coming down here today. That was not expected. It was, like I said, it was really warm when I left this morning too. Would have been a good day to do something outside if I didn't have to be driving down here. Dry conditions, I think, have really kept the colorful fall leaves from being super vibrant in this area. Like I said, coming down earlier, you really couldn't, I mean, you could tell the leaves had changed, obviously, but they didn't look very vibrant. Barely even showed up on camera with the sun glare. So elsewhere, an area of severe weather we've been watching. Severe thunderstorm warning still up there in South Dakota, west of Brookings. Severe thunderstorm warning just north of Sioux Falls. And a severe thunderstorm warning just northwest of Sioux City. Severe thunderstorm watch for that area as well. Once we get out of Missouri, the drive starts going faster. Like I said, Arkansas seems a lot quicker to get through. But then again, it feels like it's, 9 o'clock at night, but it's not. It's not even 7, so. First time I drove down this road, I think, well, maybe not, yeah, it was this road. I down here was 2015 or something. And I was going to a storm chase. I was trying to get to Louisiana. And I left Wisconsin at like 8 p.m. I mean, it was pretty terrible. And I needed to be in Louisiana by like 10 a.m. So you can probably see the problem there. So I needed to get down by Shreveport. I mean, we made it with about 2 seconds to spare, but the storm was garbage. Basically drove all night, and I remember coming down 67, and I nearly hit like 10 deer. It's a really bad road for deer, it seems like. It was terrible. I mean, it got to the point where I was so frustrated, I just drove like 50 miles an hour for like 2 hours straight because I didn't want to hit one. I kind of missed the early days of storm chasing though. Things were simpler. Thanks everybody though for showing interest in the channel. Even just watching helps promote the video.
I know they were working on it. I'll give 21 to one of the fire guys to see that on that other side there. I'm trying to make my way back over to the first scene here. Good work. Over.
Yes, still see a little bit of the sunset there. Barely. Just barely. Stop at the next like good gas station. There's really not many of them down this road that are like big. It's kind of a pretty rural area through here. So one thing about this car is when you're driving into the wind, when I was talking about stopping at the next like good-looking gas station, I totally just drove by that one right there, not even stopping. So it's my own fault. Just want a bag of chips. That's all I want. I don't. Everybody always tells me, oh, take bags of chips and stuff with you. Well, here's the deal, guys. Like they blow up. Like with the elevation changes and the pressure changes, like they literally just blow open. So I had a bag of chips in the back with Hurricane Ian, and I'm not kidding, guys. In the eye, like it blew open. Like I heard a bang in the back of the car. I'm like, what the hell is that? And it was right when I got out to put gas in the car, and I looked back there, and there was chips all over the place. And I'm like, son of a gun, the chip bag blew open. Well, and I've noticed too, like if you drive from Wisconsin, or even better, if you drive from like the Gulf Coast states out to like, the Texas Panhandle or something, a lot of times these bags of chips will blow up from the elevation differences, a little bit of the air pressure difference, and of course temperature will have a lot to do with that too. They will literally just blow up. So I don't bother bringing bags of chips with, because every time I do it, I'll have like 4 or 5, like I'll like buy in bulk and then they'll all blow open. And it's really, really annoying. First world problems, definitely, but it happens. My God, these new headlights are pretty nice, though. The ones that were in here were old. I mean, you figure how much. I mean, this car has been driven almost 75,000 miles since I got it in April. So there's at least 75,000 miles on those headlight bulbs. So how long does it take to drive? You figure, honestly, most of my commute happens in the dark. So let's just say there's probably, I don't know, guys, there's probably 300 hours on those headlight bulbs. They were worn out. And then whatever behind, before me too, so. A lot of people tell me to go to LED. The only reason I don't go to LED for the headlight bulbs, the factory headlight bulbs, is because LED lights don't emit enough heat to melt the snow and the ice off of the headlight housing in the winter. So I've got plenty of LED, I've got LED fog lights, I've got LED cube lights up there, I've got a big light bar up there. I mean, there's plenty of LED light on the front, so when I turn my high beams on, all that comes on. But that all freezes over in the winter, and oftentimes in snowstorms, the only light on the front of the vehicle that's not covered is the halogen headlights. So that's why even like my Fusion had LED headlights from the factory, I took them out and put halogens in because the halogen bulb puts out enough heat. So that's why I keep those as halogens and don't switch them out to LEDs, because I need something in the winter that emits enough heat so that we have some sort of light that's not filtered to the point where it's unusable. I thought about HIDs. I don't know if HIDs emit enough heat, period. Like, I get the reference, like, we could totally roast some people's eyeballs and their mirrors with them, but I don't know if the LED bulbs, it's a xenon tube. I don't know if those emit any heat or not. They might. I know the ballast do, but I need to check into that. I can't remember. I had them on my charger. I don't remember if the actual bulb emits any heat or not. Because that would actually be a really good alternative. Basically just as bright as LEDs. Yeah, these headlights made a difference. The halogen headlights seem to work a little bit better in the rain too. They cut through the precipitation a little bit better than the LEDs because they're a little bit more yellow. about putting some actual LED bulbs though in the headlights, because that would make, I don't know if it'd really make much difference or not since everything else is LED. And then putting 2 100-watt halogen spotlights on the front bumper. I think those big moose lights with the big, because you know a standard automotive headlight is 55 watt. You can get these big spotlight, big round like 6-inch spotlights that take a 100-watt bulb. They're halogen and they're not LED, but they're halogen and they work. I thought about just putting some of those on and just only using them for winter. Keep everything else LED. I really don't like halogen because my bulbs are always burning out. But if you were riding along during Hurricane Ian, my bulb burnt out the day before Hurricane Ian. And I was going to replace it at a truck stop on the way to South Carolina for round 2. But you probably remember that I made a comment that the cheapest I could find the bulb at a truck stop was like $39. I was not paying $39 for one headlight bulb. That's crazy. And I just never got to it since, but we got to it today, so. Like I said, I don't really notice. I mean, I could actually turn a lot of the headlights off, or actually all the headlights off, but just use the fog lights. It's just as bright, but. I mean, I personally, like, that's with the headlights off, totally. I really don't notice a difference, but still. Gotta have it in there because my luck, somebody would hit me and then their insurance would get smart and claim it's because I had a headlight out and they couldn't see me or whatever. Also, the amount of people at gas stations that would tell me I had a headlight out. I probably got told that by 100 people over the past month. And I mean, I appreciate people being helpful, but after about the 10th person in the same day telling me I had a headlight out, I'm like, all right, that's enough. About the car, I just got lost in the corn maze. I didn't realize that it was a viral tweet or anything. Just couldn't find my way out for a little while. Put that on Twitter and I didn't realize that many people saw it. Holy cow. Everybody's asking about this corn maze. I'm happy to be back out and sharing the experience with everybody. It's really expensive to stream, and honestly, it's almost a burden. Don't take that the wrong way, but you know, it's an added thing to upkeep and an added expense. But it really does get kind of boring. It's hard to be a storm chaser and not stream and make any sort of money to pay for your fuel, because a lot of, like, tomorrow we could potentially see nothing. At least we would be able to walk away and say we had a live stream. Well, if we saw nothing, I would have literally nothing to walk away with. You know, unless you see a tornado, nobody really cares unless you're live streaming. 384 miles left. Yeehaw. That's roughly a tank and a quarter of gas. We've got a quarter of gas left, which means we only got to stop one more time. That's awesome. I'm going to try to get into Arkansas because gas is usually cheaper in Arkansas. Usually. No, I don't know if we're going to make it. Darn it. We'll see. We might make it, we might not. The driving with this wind is really screwing up my distance to empty calculation. Normally we'd get about 19 miles a gallon, and what are we getting right now? 16.1. Great. No problem.
1382 and where you would respond within this letter. Level 1382. Governor.
Anyway. Couple of gas stations up here. I don't know if they're any like bigger or good ones or not. We'll find out though. If not, we'll just keep going a ways till we find one.
please. This one's up, big. The bird ribbons of a DMC Sonoma, please.
Alright, so we'll get up here a ways, check these gas stations out. God, it's like pitch black out already. It's only 7:15. I hate this time of year.
Have you received any more calls from that roughly driver? Negative. Okay, for us, the driver passed both entries, make the range, item location. 10-492.
Left. What? It's a frickin' 4-lane. The gas station's over there, supposedly. I don't see one, though, that's the thing. Oh, that looks like a good one. I don't know, it's got really bright neon-looking lights, so it's probably a good one. Let me go find out real quick. I've been to this gas station. I can't remember if it's got like a convenience store or not. It does, okay. It's Greenville, Missouri. It's population like 400 if even.
Subject here, looking at this trailer.
Oh, I don't think they're open in there. I hope they are. We'll find out. Should we get gas? What's the price of gas? I can't see it. 409, that's not right. 339, oh, that sucks. I don't know if this place is open or not. Hold on. Trying to look at our route here and see if something makes sense or not. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I think they're open, but let's see, how many miles do we got to empty? 87. Hold on here, this is the most important part of the trip, calculating fuel. It might not sound like a big deal to save 20 cents, but it is when you drive this amount of miles and you have time. It just makes sense to take the extra minute and try to get the cheaper fuel. And it's not cheaper down the road, so we'll just get it here. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna clean the windshield, get gas and stuff. That took effort. Alright everybody, I'm back. Windshield's a lot cleaner. Alright, let's go. Figure out how to turn around here.
Take DMC Sonoma up to the call center.
Turn left onto Front Street, then turn left onto US 67.
Our second Bob in the chat tonight now. It's always appreciated.
Turn left onto US 67 Business, then turn left onto US 67 South. Turn left onto US 67 South.
Still with Butler County and what photograph that's taken to Butler County here tonight. That's 419.
Alright, now we're getting back into an area with service. That area there is just a data hole for everything.
he's probably better off just pulling over the pickup truck.
Should be in the Texarkana area by about 12:30 or so,
Registration 5, Canadian.
Central Time.
Seattle, 39. Bridget Park, 3.
Did die down some though. Got out of the car, I didn't about get blown away like it did earlier. Kinda nice. I only see one, but I see two severe thunderstorm warnings, one just southeast of Sioux Falls, and then one up there near Brookings, South Dakota. That's it right now, as far as I can tell. 73 though. So, would be a fairly warm night tonight. I don't know what the actual lows are supposed to be in this part of the country tonight, but a lot of these places that got almost to 80 today were experiencing pretty cold temperatures last week, so it's quite the pattern flip.
County deputy back on the desk, the sheriff's office. Nice thing about some of these roads getting off the interstate is, you know, you're not driving in a bunch of traffic and stuff for 5 hours straight. I'd kind of rather take these roads personally. Okay.
Should be out of this state here in the next half hour.
County Road. 31 1025.
watching has been following the severe weather threat to the north. I think that's going to start winding down here pretty quick. The tornado threat certainly is diminished. I don't think we're going to see these storms last too much longer.
Okay.
6 miles until we turn or something. I'm kind of sick of this road already.
14 on 1946.
Almost to Arkansas. For some reason, it seems like this drive's taking a lot longer than it normally does. I don't know why. I didn't leave till like 10:30, so maybe that's part of it. Still, that's what, 9 hours. I must have been driving really slow at one point, because I should be way farther ahead than we are. Maybe I spent more time than I thought in that Walmart looking for that headlight bulb too, who knows. Felt like I was in there for 5 minutes, but sometimes it feels like you're there for 5 minutes and it ends up being a half hour, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour or so. If anybody is just joining the video, the stream, right now we're all headed to Texas, San Antonio, all the way up to the Dallas area tomorrow, and of course surrounding areas, as a risk for some severe storms. And the next day it looks like potentially in western Mississippi.
Thanks, sir. I'll get a report at 105 later.
almost to Arkansas. Arkansas just, that's like my halfway point. Once I hit Arkansas, I'm a lot more positive because it feels like most of the drive is done with. Same thing coming down to the Gulf Coast, so there's a couple of different ways to go, but I usually will go down through Illinois, like through Springfield, and then cut across St. Louis, and then come down through like Cape Girardeau, and then either Memphis and then south to Jackson, or down through Little Rock, and the way we're going to be going here shortly. But it's just, Illinois is a really long state to drive through. Missouri is too. Kansas and Nebraska are as well, even more so Kansas, it seems like. Because like I-70 is so straight. I-80 at least kind of loops around a little bit, but those two states don't look like they would be horribly long and boring to drive through, but they really are. I mean, they're pretty states to drive through, don't get me wrong. Even though they're flat, they're still pretty, but man, it's like it takes forever. So we come up here, we gotta follow the signs to Corning. I guess this is Poplar Bluff, isn't it? Yep, it is. That's what I thought.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 67 south ramp to Corning AR. Use the right lane to take the US 67 south ramp.
Highway sign's all messed up. You can't even read the letters on it.
Continue for 30 miles.
See, we've got 295 miles in the tank, and we've got 340 miles to go. So we might just run the tank empty, and if there's a hotel right there, that's probably where I'll just stop. I really just don't feel like getting out of the car again, to be honest with you. You know, it gets to a point where you don't even though you're sick of sitting in the seat, you just don't want to get out, because, you know, every second that you've got the vehicle stopped is an extra second that you've got to drive, and that's lame. Now we start running into a little bit of traffic here. This will take us into Corning, which I don't think I've ever taken the live stream through northeast Nebraska, or northeast Arkansas at night. It's always been during the day, but I always mention that it's one of my favorite places to drive through, and it really is. I like that Jonesboro area through that region. I may stop and look at model data though at Little Rock. It If it looks like it's going to be a late event tomorrow, like late, is it like after 7 p.m., we might just stay at Little Rock because, you know, it's still a 10-hour drive tomorrow, but you go by 8, so yeah, you know, we can still make it. Go to bed at a decent time, wake up at a decent time. That would be alright. 192 miles to Little Rock, speaking of which. See what they do at you know, like 1 a.m. for the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. Right now it's just a slight risk, pretty low end. I think they'll keep it slight, but they'll probably up those hail and wind potentials and keep them at both at 15. I think right now the hail is only at 5. My friend Brett made a mention about maybe the Houston area being a good spot to go, or, you know, not necessarily right on the coast, but that area around Houston. I always got to be careful of that because Houston's on the coast and then people think going to the beach, but in the vicinity of Houston, possibly because of some southeast winds, possibly enhancing some localized tornado potential. I would agree with that, but we're going to have to weigh the benefits and the non-benefits in the morning and determine, you know, do we want to stay up farther north by like Austin and Dallas, or do we want to fully commit and go down toward the Houston area? It's going to depend on several factors. You know, one, what Tuesday looks like. If Tuesday is going to be an early event, then we're going to want to stay farther north. If Tuesday is going to be a later event in Mississippi, then it doesn't matter as much, so we'll have more time to get there. A lot of things, it's just too early to figure it out. I'm not a big fan. We get usually, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 of these setups where they're kind of low end, but not super low end. You know, they're slight risks, but they're worth paying attention to. They're worth chasing anyway. Seems like we get about 8 of them between October and March every year, where we'll get East Texas and Northeast Texas, hell, even Southeast Texas on day 1, and then day 2 we've got to make it to Mississippi, sometimes even Alabama, and it just really sucks because you're stuck driving all night, especially if the event in Texas, you know, you're chasing up until midnight, and then you've got oftentimes an early event the next day farther east, so you've got to drive 8 to 10 hours, and you've only got 8 to 10 hours to get there, so you're not stopping and getting a hotel, which is pretty awful, but it is what it is. I mean, whatever. You don't have to do it too often, so it's not that big of a deal. We've had a couple of those already this year, earlier in the season. Something. like burning grass. Live stream up for a little while here. I kind of like doing these streams. I try to do them in different places. I usually can't, well, I mean I can, but I oftentimes have phone calls or other stuff to do, so I don't always, I don't stream 24/7, obviously, driving to the target areas, but, like, I've got, today I had, like, in total, like, a 13-hour drive, so, I figured stream for 3 or 4 hours, so I try to do, turn the stream on in different places. Like, we stream in Iowa a lot, so I tried to turn it on a little bit later, so we get Missouri and Arkansas. So I know a lot of people make mention that they don't really get out of their town very much, so they kind of like seeing other parts of the world. So I try to not turn it on over and over in the same places, try to keep a variety. Part of 67 is just 2 lanes. It's 2 lanes all the way to Corning, I think. And it seems like every time I go through here during the day, now it's been a long time since I've come through here at night. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever actually come through here at night in the past 6 years. But usually when I come through here, which is obviously during the day, you get stuck behind semis. It seems like they're always going about 45 miles an hour, so you've got like 45 miles and 45 miles an hour. It gets kind of old. And you can never pass because there's always a bunch of slow traffic coming in the oncoming lane. It's too much traffic for this 2-lane road. This area is nice and flat out here. It's good storm chasing terrain. You still got trees, but it's not flat, or it's not super hilly, which is nice. of northbound traffic here. Holy smokes.
Yes, gets hurt by a vehicle on 160 East City and 160 East 8. 2 heavy EMS around.
It's just hit 70 degrees, so I think it's going to be a relatively warm night tonight. Beautiful night out here, though. Yeah, a lot of the areas in the western U.S. are cold now. Welcome to fall. But after we kind of shake off this this trough, I think we're going to go back to normal fall weather. I don't think we're going to have these flip-flopping patterns, at least not as drastic. I mean, we were like 35 degrees. Hell, we were down in the 20s at one point up there in Wisconsin, and then this morning it's darn near 80, so.
What are you up to?
Miles. I don't know why I'm counting down the miles, because it's not like I'm stopping. come by that restaurant. The big restaurant up here on the left. Big and bright. Attached to a gas station. I don't remember what exactly it is. It's like a steak place or something. So I do believe that this is the Arkansas state line right here to the left, or to the right. Well, I guess not to the right, but straight ahead. Yeah, what is this place? I always forget to really... I think that's a strip club. Maybe this isn't the spot I was thinking of. Nope, it is. It's half the sign is out. Longhorn Grill. Okay. Alright, welcome to Arkansas. Yeehaw. Here's the Arkansas Welcome Center. It's a super nice welcome center. It's like the nicest one I've ever been to. Not stopping. So we were live through pretty much the entire state of Missouri. Plus or minus like 20 minutes. I think I was like 20 minutes into Missouri when I started it. But... well, maybe not. I might have been whatever. I don't know. Regardless, we've been in 2 states now. So that's cool. Almost into Corning. I'll have to take a right. I just thought this was a nice little town. I'd totally move here. I don't know why. Sonic's open. See, I shouldn't have got the bag of chips. We should have just went to Sonic or whatever. I forgot there was this one up here. This is another place I locked my keys in the car. I locked my keys in the car at this McDonald's once too. That was a long time ago. That was back in 2019. 2018? No, it was 2019. That's when I had my Expedition, which I never should have got rid of, but it was like a 2010 Expedition or whatever. And I was able to unlock it with a piece of wire, but yeah, I was in the McDonald's parking lot right there. Yeah, it took me like 45 minutes to do it too, so. But it was cheaper than calling a tow truck to do it. So I consider that a win. So I'd walk down here to this O'Reilly's, it's right there on the right. And I literally walked in, I'm like, you got a coat hanger or something? I'm like, why? I locked my keys in the car, and he's like, oh, hold on, I got a piece of wire just for that. I'm like, really? And he goes in the back, and he brings out this big piece of pretty stiff wire, and he'd already bent the handle on it or whatever. He said that apparently people lock their keys in their car in their parking lot all the time, so they just keep this on hand. It's like, just bring it back. So I did, but at least they gave me a piece of wire to use. I walked down there because it's not a far walk, it only took like 5 minutes to walk down there, but I figured they had like a lockout kit or something, but a piece of wire works too. I don't expect any further locking keys out of the car instances. I not only carry a spare key in my pocket, but I have one on like a carabiner clipped to my belt loop too. So that's 2 spare keys I have on my body. So if one falls out or one gets lost, there's a spare for the spare. So I think we're good. Yeah, I locked my keys in the car. I can't remember if it was Minnesota or if we were in South Dakota. I think it was Minnesota. I locked my keys in the car. It was a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. We thought it was going to be a tornado outbreak. It wasn't. But anyway, I was late to get into the storm, and I locked them in the Quick Trip. So, and this was this summer, and I went into the Quick Trip. I called the tow truck, and I asked the guy. First thing I said is, "How quick can you get here?" And he said, 5 minutes or less. And I'm thinking, okay, 5 minutes or less probably means about a half an hour. And no, he was there in about 3 minutes, so I was pretty happy with that. It took the poor guy like 10 minutes to get the car unlocked. I think I was making him nervous standing right there, but he was able to get it. At least they were able to come quickly. Spare keys are good to have. Man, there is either a grass fire or somebody is having one heck of a bonfire out here, because all you can smell is burning something. And it's pretty terrible.
Her way down to the road and head to Butler County to drop us off.
Get down here and get on the interstate, time will fly by. I don't think I'm going to stream too much longer here, but we'll keep going a little bit, just for the heck of it. It seems like a lot of traffic out here for Sunday night. Once we get to Pocahontas here in about 20 minutes, we'll probably wrap it up for the night. I'll keep going a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to go all the way down to Texarkana or not, but I just want to get through Little Rock, so it's one less town to get through in the morning. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a later event tomorrow. So I think we'll have a little bit of extra time to get where we need to go.
Is 397 still on, or do you go 32?
Smells like burning something out here. Back up north, it looks like there's a severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Minnesota. That's about it. Severe weather threat up there is really winding down also. A relatively quiet night, I think, once that those storms start to fade away.
I'll be back in the morning.
I'll try to get the members only update video out tonight whenever I stop, so it might be 1 a.m. so you might be stuck watching it in the morning if you're a YouTube member, but I'll talk a little bit about what I'm planning on tomorrow, and then I'll try to get one out in the morning again. But I'll try to post on like Twitter, Facebook, and then the YouTube community page by like 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll try to post on there with kind of what my thoughts are. I don't even know what my thoughts are on tomorrow yet. I really need to spend a little bit of time in the morning looking things over. Like I said, I have not really looked at forecast models since last night. But I had already made the decision to come down and chase regardless, so it didn't really matter. Really poor air quality down here until it's really dry and just it's not comfortable. fiasco that we didn't go up to, or go out to, wouldn't have been up, would have been out to western Iowa or Nebraska today. That would have been rough, because right about now is when I'd be saying, all right, we're done. And we would be having a 13-hour drive ahead of us, and that would be really awful. Glad we did not do that. It might have actually, I might have came down to just saying the heck with it, skipping tomorrow and then having to just drive to Mississippi for the next day, because that's, you know, northwest Iowa, southeast, you know, basically the Sioux Falls area, that's a long drive to Austin or possibly Houston. I mean, it's certainly not the longest drive I've ever done, but when we're talking about overnight and then having to chase and then having to drive possibly just that long again the next night and not having a break, that's pretty miserable. Not something I want to do unless I have to. Done it several times, but try to not do it if we don't have to.
Robert Adam, 1 CLRC, red, Ford, Vickers.
Thank you as well.
And there's all
Okay,
those
down
slow moving
below we
semis.
should have Destiny Mills. I thought you had both of them. I'll resend it.
Next one to this place up down the road, down the road.
That's okay.
Glad I didn't leave any later. I thought about leaving this afternoon. I'm sure glad I didn't. Because that would have put us even farther behind. Almost to Walnut Ridge. We've been going for a little over 4 hours. 4 hours and 14 minutes, which is coincidentally the exact amount of time I have to Texarkana. 4 hours, 14 minutes. Yeah, Richard, we're gonna go toward that direction anyway. I don't know if I'm going to make it exactly to Texarkana, but need to be somewhere within like 45 minutes of there probably. Just kind of depends on hotel availability and stuff. Hotels in Texarkana are relatively cheap, if I remember right. They usually are anyway, especially on a Sunday night, it should be.
White sail to CP for stop, no lights at night, one verbal warning, filtered, I'll be done.
Alright, this is Pocahontas. A lot of truck traffic.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto US 67 South. Turn left onto US 67 South.
Really? Are you sure? Oh, that's why. Okay. It's not really turning left, it's just staying with the road. I was gonna say, I don't think that's a...
Continue on US
Left turn
67
there.
South for 16 miles.
So I don't remember turning. You can't. $3.14 over there for gas. It's a little better. It's a nice little town. A lot of these little towns here in Arkansas are.
Check. Simple.
Chestnut Ridge. I think I'm gonna get ready to wrap it up here, folks. Appreciate all the views and the support tonight. Go ahead if you want to. Check out our other social media. We've got our store as well. Our links to Discord are at seethestorm.com. I did pin that in the chat, I think, so. Regardless, thank you everybody. I'm gonna get out of here. It's been fun. I'm gonna have updates here, depending on if I'm still up when the SPC Day 1 comes out. Then I'll put out some info on that. Otherwise, it'll be in the morning. So I hope everybody has a good rest of your evening. And like I said, thank you so much for the support. I will be back in some capacity tomorrow. And most likely the next day as well. I just don't have a plan yet, but we'll get one together. Part of me wants to stream the next 4 hours all the way there, but I don't know exactly what my plan is. I probably should stop up here and get something to drink too, so I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, have a good night, and I will see all of you. Well, I won't see you, but I'll be back here tomorrow.